Alrighty, Chooms, I think we're gonna go ahead and get it going. Give me 1 second here. Going mano a mano with the wrapper. There we go. There we go. Alright, where's the button? Where's the button? There's the button. Hi! Hello, everyone. Happy Choomsday. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you all had a good weekend. Hope you are staying comfy, staying warm if you're in the northern hemisphere, cool if you're in the south. Hello, Standing. Good to see you. Hope you're good. Hope your week is going well. Hello, Lickers. And hello, Log Watchers. It's good to have you all with us. Man, this month feels like it is zipping by. It has not been a calm month for me. Been a little on the frustrating side. Oh, so when did we do this? So Sunday, I dropped my car off, and they did do the work. There was a little bit of confusion because normally, you know, what they do is you can drop it off the night before or early in the morning, which I'm not gonna do. So I dropped it off Sunday night for the Monday appointment. Yeah, howdy, Lucid. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good week so far. How are you guys doing? So I dropped the car off, and you know, their sort of work period is supposed to end around 6 o'clock or so. So, you know, they'll call you a little bit before that to let you know what the status of the work is, etc. So by 7 o'clock, I had not gotten a call, and I was like, all right, I should find out what's going on. So I called them, and they looked through the system, and they're like, So it looks like the paperwork did not get filed, and so we didn't start working on it. So we'll put in the order, and we'll get it done first thing in the morning and let you know when it's right. I was like, all right, fine, okay, thank you. About 10 minutes later, they called me back and were like, hey, so we did do the work, but nobody filed the paperwork. So we didn't know that it had been done, but it's ready. And I was like, okay. So I took the bus over, and it was like 30 something degrees. So I walked over and I got on the bus. I managed to get to the bus, and I get over there, and as I get out, it's like a repair place slash gas station, and there's like 6 or so cop cars in the gas station. I'm just like, okay. So I just very, very quietly and calmly just went into the store to get my car back. Thankfully they diagnosed the check engine lights. They didn't repair it. But at least I know what's going on, and it's not like the car is not about to explode, which is good. But it is something that I'm gonna need to get dealt with, preferably sooner rather than later. It's got a leak, basically, and the engine is not happy about that, which makes sense. I would not be happy if I sprung a leak either. So yeah, that was a fun episode. And of course, the saga continues. It's a full-on trilogy now. So that'll be something else that I get to sort out at some point. Not the worst situation in the world, certainly, but certainly not fun. This other thing I did right before the stream, I was like, oh shit, I have this other thing I need to add to my to-do list. So we need the spring background. We've got our cafe available in 3 seasons, and we gotta finish up the set. We gotta make the last season so that we can have it available all year. So I will have to get started on that pretty soon. Pretty soon. Like to not stress about it, you know? It was nice though. So it has not been warm here. It barely scraped 50 degrees on Sunday, but it was like warm enough and it was such a clear day. I was like, fuck it, I'm going for a bike ride. Yeah, some of the other places I'm seeing people say it's like even worse. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Some of my coworkers are getting snow, and it's just like, yeah, you know what? This is not bad. Like I suppose there's technically a possibility for snow, but only at night, and it hasn't been raining at all. So we're just kind of fine. Yeah, it was a cold ride. It was a cold ride, especially as it got later and the shadows got really long. So whatever warmth was coming from the sun was just gone. But it was still a good ride. It was still a lot of fun. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. Like, it's been kind of a crazy month, and I feel like I've just been kind of sluggish. I feel like I haven't gotten stuff done very quickly. Howdy, Mage. Happy Choomsday. Well, I hope you stay safe. Bundle up, get some food ready to go, charge your batteries. Honestly, I feel like I don't think I could do the East Coast. Dude, the East Coast just feels like the weather extremes are so much more intense than the West Coast. Which is weird because the Pacific Ocean is an aggressive creature. You would think it would just be throwing all kinds of weather at us, but honestly, it's not bad. It's cold, but it's relatively temperate. But yes, I hope everyone stays safe with the weather. One of my coworkers was saying a big storm blew through Russia, and like some of the buildings were getting up to like 4 stories of snow. Like there are photos of the buildings just getting buried. It's like, well, that doesn't seem right. It's not supposed to work like that. I feel like I always do this. I feel like there's stuff that I want to talk about and then I forget about it. Maybe it'll come back to me later. Well, I'm a little out of it today, to be honest. Maybe the bike ride on Sunday took more out of me than I expected, but I'm just like, I had a bit of a headache all day. Maybe I caught something. Who knows? Or maybe it's just being done with this month. Maybe I'm just ready for January to be over. This really wasn't so bad though, because I had work still, but the client didn't have work. So all the meetings got canceled, and so it was a fairly laid back day of just kind of being like, all right, here's my to-do list, and I'm just gonna kind of do it. The more that I can just sit and work on artwork and not have to worry about the meetings and the organization and the logistics and everything is like good. That's where I want to be. I don't want to be dealing with the business side of business. That's not fun to me. I don't enjoy those. I know it's necessary, but I don't have to like it. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I need to. So part of what I need to do, I've been working on that goals list, right? And I have the to-do list. I feel like at some point I just need to like write down everything that comes to mind and then prioritize stuff, right? Because there's a bunch of things. It's like, oh, this would be really cool to do, and I'd really like to do this, and this would be great, yada yada yada. It's like, heck, there's not enough time in the week to do all of the things that you want to do. So something has to give, and you have to be okay with that. Honestly, like, I've got a drawing that I'm working on right now. I really would like to sort of, after the stream, just see if I can take a little time to wrap it up. Maybe tomorrow, but I'm just like, I have more ideas of stuff to work on than I have time to work on them. Never mind all the other things that I would love to get around to doing. Ain't that just the way, though? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? On that subject, though, why don't we go ahead and jump in, because we have got some art to work on here. I just realized, so on Ivy's stream on Sunday, she was talking with Jen, and apparently there is a sort of guideline called the hang 10 distance, at least that's how she was describing it, where your microphone is supposed to be, like, if you make the hang 10 symbol or two fists, like, that's about how far away your microphone should be from your face. And mine is not that. It is considerably farther away. And I'm just looking around, I'm like, where would I put this that would actually get remotely close to that distance? Maybe I'll try and make a note for myself. I'll see if I can reposition it for Thursday. But I think for tonight we're just gonna kind of deal with it as it is. That somewhere else. There we go. Alright. Put that aside for later. Try not to punch you guys while I'm doing that. How are you all doing? How is your week going so far? Aside from imminent snowpocalypses, I hope you're all enjoying yourselves, or at least getting through it without too much incident or crisis. Alright, let me do this. Alright. Where did we go? Oh, because I'm on OBS and it's freaking out. Okay, that's fine. Alright. We got all this. We got a good amount of work done last time. We managed to sort of block everything in and start the painting process, and I'm feeling pretty good about it at the moment. Seeing a little bit of stuff that'll definitely need to get adjusted and cleaned up, but we'll work our way through it. Oh, excuse me. What I really want to do right now, so we spent a lot of time focusing on the face and hair, and the rest of the body did not really see the same level of attention. So we're going to work on that. We're going to fix that. That's where we're going to start for tonight. There was one thing that I had in mind earlier. Actually, before I get to that, there was one. I am not getting enough information from this freaking Twitter thread explaining what the hell happened, but one personality I follow, Scott Manley, does a lot of like aviation and space stuff. Sort of picked up on him through Elite Dangerous, but he posted or he retweeted a thing about, it was some rocket launch. I think it was a Chinese rocket launch that was like, so just to quote the tweet, I can think of many cases where payload adapters failed to release a payload, but having a structural failure and losing the satellite early is a new one. And it's like, what happened? One of the responses to it was, CZ2E Optus bearing collapse, part of payload was found on the ground, other parts found in orbit. And it's like, oh, so it went very badly. Oh, let's see if this provides any context. Okay, spaceflight now. So an H3 rocket suffers upper stage anomaly, fails to correctly deploy navigation satellites. Oh, it was a Japanese rocket. In post-launch statement, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, pointed to an issue with the engine, which is powered by a combination of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The second stage's engine's second ignition failed to start normally and shut down prematurely. Rocket lifted off at 10:51, so this was on December 22nd. So the second stage ended abruptly. Very peculiar. My understanding is that so much of the launch is sort of sequentially automated at this point. It's like if things don't fire correctly, it just kind of cascades. I could be wrong about that. I know they have a bunch of like fail safes and whatnot, so it's like, oh, if the launch is going badly, they can abort it in a way that's going to create as little risk to people in surrounding areas as possible, but yeah, it sounds like things did not go great. It turns out this whole space travel thing is still considerably difficult. That's just getting to space, never mind the actual traversal of space. I feel like that's a big part of the problem. In my mind, a big part of the problem is that the launch from ground to orbit and the traversal of orbit and interplanetary flight has to be completed by the same vehicle. And so you're trying to put all of these capabilities and systems, both hardware and software, into a singular unit. And so you're I would argue you're kind of not getting the best of either scenario, because you're not able to make vehicles that are sort of specialized to their respective environments. You have to create this weird sort of like generalist thing. And then what the amount of energy, the amount of fuel required to get to orbit, you're not able to build a substantial spacefaring vehicle because it has to be small enough that you can actually get it off the ground. Build a ferry ship to handle the transit. Exactly. I think you need a surface to orbit vehicle, and then you frankly just need an orbital shipyard. You need something that you either just build the shipyard up there, which admittedly getting the stuff up to build it there sounds also like shit, but at the very least you would put together your interstellar vehicle in orbit. You would move it up in parts and then put it together in orbit. And then, yeah, the crew would just ride in a capsule to the transit vehicle. Howdy, boss. Happy Tuesday. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing alright. It seems to me, I don't know, that just seems like the better plan long term. Because even, not that I put much stock in SpaceX's current, well, I shouldn't even say SpaceX, more like Elon's plans of Mars approach. I'm not going to call it colonization or settlement because I have not seen much going on in terms of like a concrete strategy for that. It's more just like we want to get people to Mars. I'm doing okay. Got a bit of a headache, maybe a little bit under the weather, but I can't complain. I've got tea, I've got cookies, I've got mac and cheese. It's a good evening. And I've got the tunes to hang out with. No, thank you, boss. I'm fine. I'll be fine. Just a little, not even like full-on sick or anything, just that little sort of off-kilter feeling, you know? But SpaceX, or Elon at least, wants to use the Starship for their Mars transit, as far as I'm aware. So you would go up in the Starship, approach Mars, use the Starship to land on Mars. The Starship would then right itself and be able to lift off from Mars in the same vehicle and return. Which, I mean, never mind where all of the fuel for that is going to come from. You know, the amount of fuel that would be necessary to make both the trip there and back in the same vehicle. By my reckoning, Starship doesn't have the surface area to break on the flimsy little atmosphere that Mars still clings to. And I certainly have not run the numbers on it, but I am not particularly confident that any part of that is going to go well, let's say. I mean, if you look at the Martian, what they did is they had a surface to orbit vehicle, they had an interplanetary transit vehicle, they had a landing vehicle, which admittedly we never see in the movie. And then they had a return surface to orbit vehicle that had been pre-delivered to Mars before the crew even arrived. So they had like pre-sighted locations that the various Mars missions were going to do research, and like delivered a bunch of shit, including the return vehicle. So the actual ship that traveled between planets never touched down anywhere. It was just a bus. But no, let's just make a single extremely phallic spaceship that can do all of the jobs. We only need the one, right? Surely. I was reading recently that the body chemicals that handle inflammation also tend to bring down mood. Maybe the body wants things to slow down so it can focus on healing. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it makes sense, because I know, like, the immune system, everyone always complains, like, why do I feel so terrible when I'm getting sick? Like, the immune system is making me feel terrible. Why is it doing that? And the immune system goes, because I want you to stay in bed while I'm fighting this bullshit. Don't go out and go work or exercise or go shopping. Like, stay in one place and eat food and let me focus. So it's probably a similar idea to that of like, hey, you're injured, you have inflammation, I need you to sit still and not do anything so that we can work on repairing this. I'm always impressed by the amount of medicine, like medical practice, that is basically just putting the body in the best position to do its own job, right? Like, you break a bone, all they really do in most cases is like set the bone and wrap it in a cast or a splint so that you can't move it again. And then it's just like, just sit still and let the body do its thing, because humanity has not figured out a method of repairing structures, organic structures, better than the body's ability to heal itself. I mean, it's certainly not perfect, but it's not. It is surprisingly effective. where I think things do get a little counterproductive is I'm pretty sure being overly sedentary can also cause inflammation, which then your mood comes down and you get lethargic and you don't really want to do anything, and so you don't get up and move, which just kind of creates a spiral. I don't necessarily blame the body for that though, because like the body, like the natural structure of the body is like, what do you mean sit still? When would we ever have an opportunity to sit still? There's animals and shit out there we gotta deal with. What do you mean? What do you mean 9 to 5? What do you mean 2-hour commute? It's like Kurzgesagt did that video on stress a month or two back, where they were talking about like, so this is what stress is meant to do, right? It is meant to be, it is literally the body going, Doctor, take off my pain inhibitors, for like maybe 5 minutes, right? You are in a life or death situation. You are in a high tension situation where the stakes are very high. The body is willing to overclock itself for a limited period of time, after which it goes, okay, I'm gonna have a sit and we will recover from this overly demanding situation, which has taken a lot of out of our physical capability. Or you're dead, you know, at which point, whatever. The problem is that now a lot of the threats, a lot of the stressors, the things that kick this system into gear are not animals trying to maul you to death. They're existential in nature, right? They're concepts, they're things that you can't just shove a spear in and be done with it. And so stress doesn't operate on like a 5-minute timer. It's almost perpetual now, and the body is like, bro, we are not built for this. I did not color this in correctly. That's fun. I think we can honestly just let this get a little ambiguous. We'll come back in and we'll do a little bit of contour lighting, but if it just kind of fades to black, I don't think that's a bad thing per se. I did have a question for you guys and a thought. So I'll start with the question for you. 'Cause this came up in somebody's stream. I don't remember who. Maybe it was Ivy. So I think it is very normal for streams to be second monitor content for a lot of people, right? I think that's very common. It's not a bad thing. I mean, for me, streams are often second or third monitor content that, you know, I'll be at work while I've got a stream going, or I'll be playing a game or working on art. Typically not exercising, just because I can't really like have the stream going and be listening to it, either in terms of focus or in terms of the fact that my headphones would bounce off. But yeah, you know, a lot of times it is good. It helps the time go by. A lot of time, I can't watch while I'm in meetings, obviously, because I need to focus on whatever the meeting is doing, but otherwise, yeah, I like to have the stream on while I'm just whiling away. So, I don't know, my question for you guys is kind of, what do you do during these streams of ours? Like, I don't really expect anyone to have me as first monitor content, but I'm curious, like, is anyone treated as a co-working stream? Are you gaming? Are you doing stuff about the house? Some other creative endeavors, pursuits? What's your poison? Make sure your headphones are closed back, because you never know what a streamer is going to say or do. That is absolutely true. I have gotten a little bit annoyed. So my weather app has embedded ads. It's understandable. You gotta keep the service running. You gotta pay for that somehow. And if I'm not gonna give them money, then they're gonna get ad money. That is fair. However, the app opens up, and initially it was still ads, and then it started being banner ads, and then it started being muted video ads, and now the ads are playing audio, which is bad enough. But some of the ads, a substantial number of the ads, are for quote-unquote dating apps. But you look at the video and you're like, bro, this is just porn. This is just like softcore porn. It's like, okay, well, I cannot open this app on the bus anymore. Like, again, I'm not gonna... I don't blame them for needing to get that ad revenue money, but... this ain't it. Taking photos of the dog and the ad singer at the bottom was pretty spicy. Oh no. He's like, don't you do that. Getting things done because I go right from work to more obligations. Yeah, that's fair. Hey, at least you're getting the obligations done. That's good. Not just forgetting about them, then later going, ah, crap. Uh-oh. Oh, I remember what the thought was, and I'm still curious about the question, but I'm going to share the thought before I forget it again. Um, so I saw on Blue Sky the other day, goes from mine to helping people get stuff done to admin stuff. The work of a busy mage is never done. I respect you doing all that, though. Taking care of everything. I saw on Blue Sky, and I don't know if this was actually Portfolio Day or just some people decided it was Portfolio Day, but a bunch of people were, you know, doing a hashtag Portfolio Day and just sharing, you know, samples of their work. Which is always kind of fun, just to go browsing through and see what people are up to and see the different creative styles and all that. So it's a good time. I enjoy it. I'm realizing I'm going to do one other thing. Spend more time on others than myself. I respect that, but you also got to be sure to be taking care of yourself as well. It doesn't do anybody any good if you burn yourself out. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? All right. One of the things that I really sort of noticed while I was browsing through, one, there was a little bit of that creeping sense of how am I supposed to keep up with all this incredible work that is getting posted? It's like, well, one, you're one person looking at, you know, the aggregate work of hundreds of people. You're physically not going to be able to, so don't worry about it. But two, there was a very broad range of stuff, right? That it gave me the idea of like going into, as sort of like a challenge thing, of going into Portfolio Day list, browsing through, finding something that you like, and then doing a study and trying to create your own piece of work in the style of the piece that you choose. It seemed like a fun little challenge to present to people, right? And then, you know, you can sort of come back and be like, so here's the artist that I selected and the piece of theirs that I really liked, and here's what I did. I don't know if I'm gonna have a chance to really do it, but it seemed like just a fun thing to sort of challenge people to try out. I think most all streams, sitting your second monitor, tablet screen here, is not a bad thing. It allows me to put them into another screen so I devote 100% of time to them. I have full screen to do so. Yeah, that's fair. And I think, I don't know, I think for most people that is true. I think it is pretty rare for people to just be like sitting focused on watching or chatting with the streamer. It's not really saying anything one way or the other. It's just kind of, you know, I want to spend time, I want to hang out, I want to listen and chat a little bit and enjoy whatever you're up to, but at the same time I've got other things that I'm trying to get done I mean, goodness, if I tried to do everything one at a time, I wouldn't have time for anything. I have to multitask. Let's give this a little bit more curl over. I think, sort of for myself, you know, given a little bit of what you guys have told me about how you engage with the stream. I can't remember if I was talking about this on the New Year's stream. I felt like I wanted to. I don't remember if I actually got to it. But the 1 week where, you know, I was recovering and my voice was shot. I could not talk if I wanted to. You know, we still did the stream, and it was effectively just a muted stream, right? It was just us hanging out and drawing and just kind of jamming for a little bit, and, you know, people still wanted to get to come by and hang out and vibe, and that was cool. Yeah, just kind of knowing that, you know, you guys are willing to do that and okay with that. It's like, okay, so I do not have to talk your ear off for the entire duration of the stream. Like, that is not necessarily what y'all are here for. Sometimes it's okay to just let the silence have its moment. That said, if random ideas do pop into my head, I'm still going to yammer about them, and we are going to talk about more Star Wars stuff because I'm a big fucking nerd and we are never going to stop. Just do whatever I want. Well, I will. Also, hello, T-Show. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good week. Welcome in. Welcome in. And staying confident. What the fuck did I do here? Okay, I see. I see. Okay. Temperature is up and jumping up and down. It seems to be doing that a lot. It seems to be very crazy all over the place. I'm doing fine. It's been very chilly here. I think, hang on. I need to look up the conversion really quickly. Celsius. So it has not broken 10 degrees Celsius for like a week, over a week. And it's getting down to freezing most nights, which is not even as bad as it is in a lot of places, but it's been noticeably chilly. I don't really mind that much because it's just an excuse to bundle up and wear a lot of comfy clothing, but it's been a chilly winter. Thankfully, my state had a lot of very heavy rains and flooding last month, and that has calmed down. Not really dealing with that since the turn of the year, but last month was really bad. Any snow? No, unfortunately. I know I've said this before, but I think it is an accurate statement that snow is fun to visit. It is not fun to live with. But I don't know. I always feel like if we got 1 or maybe 2 snowfalls a year, I'd be good with that. I would enjoy that. You know, just enough to be like, wow, look at that. Maybe go out and throw some snowballs around. Have a little trudge down the hill. And then I could know. Because I want to go places. I remember, this was a couple years back. I don't think it was 2020. I think it was... Yeah, it was 2019. It was 2019. Or maybe it was like the winter 2020 before the lockdowns went into effect. Anyway, I remember there was a pretty heavy snowfall. And at one point I even like tried to get in my car and go somewhere. And I think I got like 2 feet before my tires got stuck. And a couple of the neighbors were out, you know, helping people who were struggling with their cars, so they were able to sort of push me back into the parking spot, and it's like, okay, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. But I went for a walk earlier, and it was the same thing everywhere, right? Everyone was stuck. So, like, nobody was out driving. And so I went for a walk, and it was silent. There were no cars, there was no traffic to speak of. And it was just so serene. It was a magical time. That's what I like about snow. That said, I think the same snowfall, one of the car parks, you know, they have like the overhangs, but they're never built very well. And so one of them, the overhang collapsed on the cars. Thankfully not mine, but, you know, understandably, I don't think those people were enjoying the snow very much. If the snow is dry enough and fluffy enough, it can be blown away with an air blower. It's true. On the other hand, then you need to use an air blower or a leaf blower. And fuck those people. I hate leaf blowers with a burning passion. If I had the ability to sign one law into effect without question, I would like to think I would be more pragmatic than to ban all gas-powered leaf blowers. But I don't know that I would be. That might just be, I might throw it away on that. You expect to use your car to an avalanche in a parking lot. No. No, you wouldn't think it. Though I remember my roommate and I, after that happened, anytime it seemed like it was going to snow a lot, we would move our cars out of the carports into the uncovered spaces just because, like, just in case. Just don't want to risk it. Alright, it's looking pretty good. It's certainly getting there. Yeah, let's just keep working around the body. Gotta keep working around the body. There we go. So fair warning, if you guys are not interested, we are now reaching the Star Wars block of the stream, as is required by the stream policy that I pulled out of my ass. So I have this thought. YouTube keeps recommending Star Wars videos to me because it knows I have an addiction. But I had a very interesting thought. I had a thought sort of looking at a lot of the videos started discussing Andor and Rogue One and some of the movies. So the Death Star was presented in the original movie, right? It has always been, it has literally always been, from the opening crawl, a central element of Star Wars. And in the original movies, it was sort of presented as this capstone project of the Empire, right? That they had built this incredible super weapon, excuse me, that was going to forever change the balance of power in the galaxy. But the more that it has sort of been explored and fleshed out, it's changed. The nuance has changed a little bit. I forget who was talking about it, but someone was saying that it was Templin Institute was saying how the Galactic Empire was remarkably inept at their management for how much they were a military-minded dictatorship. Right? That they essentially tried to nationalize and militarize the entire society. Effectively. But what is interesting to me thinking about that is the Death Star is not, I would argue, a capstone project. It is not the culmination of, namely the Tarkin Doctrine is sort of what has come to incorporate all of the sort of ideas of imperial militarization. It is a necessity. It was the end game that the Empire was willing to bet everything on accomplishing. Because if they were able to get the Death Star to work, then what choice would any planet have other than to go along with it, right? As Tarkin himself said, fear will keep the systems in line. Fear of this battle station. So they were like, yeah, we can cannibalize entire industries, entire populations, the goodwill of entire sectors, because if we can get the Death Star to work, if we can get it finished, then it doesn't matter what they think, because they will fall in line or they will get destroyed. And so that idea, of Krennic falling behind, delay after delay, unknown to them, sabotage, pushing it back by years, by months, by days, was incredibly necessary. Because the Empire, like I said, was willing to risk killing itself to see this work, to see it happen. And if they had, if the timetable had moved up by even a year or two, well, that might have just been the end of the story. Right? The rebellion barely got to a footing where it could actually, I wouldn't even say contest the Empire, but just punch it in the nose. And in this case, kick it in the balls. The very large planet-destroying ball. Yeah, Palpatine's just sitting on this throne. It's like, listen, I don't care what you do. I just want my shiny death ball. Just elite. like, okay, so this is spoilers for Andor Season 1 if you still haven't seen it. If you haven't seen it, I don't know what you're doing and I can't help you. But the Narkina sequence, which is arguably the high, well, I don't know, the entire season is so good, but the Narkina sequence is very good. But the whole sort of like breaking point of that, right, is, you know, it's a prison. You go, you serve your sentence, you are released. But because of Imperial orders, on one of the other levels, someone had completed their sentence, and was set to be released. But the actual standing order was, if you're releasing a prisoner, you just transfer them to another prison. And you give them a new sentence for them to work off. And do it to a clerical error somewhere. They basically just got turned around and put back in the same place. And the prison floor rioted, and they killed the entire prison floor. So, you know, obviously that's horrific. And it's really compelling for the story. But if you stop and think about it for a second, you're like, okay, so let's say they take this prisoner out of Narkina 5 and they move them over to, I'm just gonna say, some chemical processing plant on Kessel to work out their second sentence then. But as far as this person is aware, they're supposed to be going free. So when they arrive at the chemical processing penal colony, wouldn't you just have a riot at that location when that person goes, hey, I'm supposed to be free, and they just shunted me back into prison, and they're going to do the same thing to all of you? Like, the fact that it happened at Narkina, the fact that it was some dumb clerical error that turned them around and put them back in the same place, doesn't make it less dumb of a plan on the Empire's part. Like, at any point, it would have resulted in a catastrophe. It would have resulted in a riot. It was not a good plan. Full stop. Clerical error, no. But the Empire doesn't care, because the Empire looks at it as like, we don't need to care. We just need to get the Death Star done, and then no one will be able to say anything otherwise. Ew, 8 a.m. That's not a real time. That's not allowed. But thank you for hanging out, Mage. I hope the appointment goes well. I hope you have a very good midweek, and I'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. So yeah, that was my Star Wars thought of the day. You see the sheer I wouldn't call it nihilistic, but just all-consuming focus on completing the Death Star at the expense of the rest of the entire system of society. Which, I mean, now that I think about it, is getting reflected in real life a little bit too much. Let's not talk about that. Okay, I'm realizing there's a bit of a change that I want to make in here, so we're gonna try and pivot that really quickly. And hopefully be able to do something effective? Question mark. Well, let me try. I'm gonna try something. It might work, it might be dumb, but we'll find out together. Okay, so if we go up here. I mean, I suppose in actuality it could be both, right? There's nothing that really says it can't be both. Empire. We have a battle station. What do you have? That planet looks tasty. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I know Dark Nihilist. I'm like, I can just the Imperial officers be like, no. No, 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 no. No, none of this is okay. None of this is good. It's not color. What? Lighting mode. See if we put linear? See, it doesn't preserve. It doesn't preserve the darks is the problem. That's fun. Then you have the Star Forge. You know, I don't think I ever finished Knights of the Old Republic. I don't have a super strong opinion on it. I think it's fine as a sort of like Indiana Jones, Lost Ark, Super MacGuffin. Like a space station that lets you just one-stop shop an entire army. Yeah, that kind of makes, like, it works well narratively. And it's also not the most insane or dumbest thing that's been introduced in Star Wars, so yeah, fuck it, go. Like, look, I stand by, there's some dumb shit that has been written in Star Wars. There's a lot of dumb shit that has been written in Star Wars. Like, people treat the Legends canon like it's brilliant and amazing and perfect, and it's like, it's not. It's not. There's some dumb shit that was written before the, well, just like always. And trying to pretend otherwise is silly. Okay, I think this will work. Still needs a port guards. I don't know that it does. If I'm being really real with you, I don't know that we need that. Okay. At the risk of potentially making more work for myself in the future, I think we're just gonna go with this method. We're just gonna paint it and we'll figure out other problems to solve later. Alpha pork. I'm sure the marketing department was sure they had like an absolute win with the porgs, and they did. The porgs are amazing. They just, I don't know, not enough to save that trilogy. Happy Sonic. Happy Choomsday. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to remember what the party was with some dumb that made Luke into Duke Dirt Farmer. I'd watch that. Galactic Farm Simulator. Actually, honestly sounds kind of sweet. Okay, what is the question? I will see the question and I will decide if I answer. Wash your hands with soap because of course I wash my hands with soap. Honestly, I think this has just been a really bad flu season. Yes, everyone, please get vaccinated and wash your hands. And take necessary precautions. There was one day while I was visiting family, I thought I had gotten sick. Like, I felt not good in the morning. And then, like, by the late afternoon, it's like I just bounced back. I was like, okay, well, I'll take it, but that was weird. Of course, right now, you know, it's so we had, you know, the holidays, and now everyone's coming back, and then it's back to school, back to work. Everyone's remingling after bathing in the petri dishes of their holiday travels, and it's like, yeah, people are gonna get sick. It's nasty. It's nasty is what it is. There we go. Alright, this is working out okay. Got a few things to clean up still. And by a few, I mean a lot. But it's getting there. It is getting there. I think we've got enough of this color that we can sort of start to bounce it into a few places, expand the light source, if you will. I watched the first episode of Uma Musume Cinderella Grey, which is the latest series, and unfortunately might be the last good one, but I am liking it. There's only one episode in, but like they established very quickly, it's like, yes, this is still an Uma Musume. You're gonna recognize a lot of stuff about it, but it's gonna be a little different from Pretty Derby. I think it's very deliberate on their part that they did not include it as another season of Pretty Derby. They made it its own series. Like, the tone is a little bit different, the location, the characters are different, you know, the sort of reprisals that you see in the previous ones were like, oh yeah, the characters from the previous season will still show up, they're just not, you know, central to the story. This isn't their story. It's like, no, this is gonna be at a different location with different people and sort of a different tone to the show overall. But I'm liking it. I like the tone, I like the direction. No, I'm just waiting on my weekly free rent fix. I gotta have my free rent. There we go. Let's get a little bit more of this purple washed in. I don't think we're gonna get... Well, we'll get some up the sleeve. Admittedly, I should have done this when we were doing the preparation, but it's okay. Now we'll get to see how well I can pivot. Sort of reintroduce the desired colors. There we go. Yeah, something like that. This is going well. Too well. Be on your guard. Good. I think, I don't know, it is too early in the year. I'm definitely not out of ideas for stuff to draw, stuff to work on. I have too many to work on. But I do like that portfolio day challenge idea. I'm gonna go ahead and overdraw, even though I think we're gonna crop this down later. I'm digging the circular composition. I'm thinking either circular or hexagonal for this one. That's why I've got this sort of gray frame. And sort of, that's where we're going to eventually crop it, but I'm just going to go ahead and overdraw everything for the time being. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so just like take someone's portfolio, do a study of it, break it down for, compositional techniques, rendering techniques, anatomy techniques, pull it apart and sort of understand, this thing that you like. What about it do you like? What makes it tick? What gives it that look and feel that attracts you to it? And then try and make an art piece in the style of your subject. I think that could be a really fun project, right? Like, it's one thing to say, oh, I want to make like an Art Nouveau piece, or I want to make a impressionist painting, or I want to make a chiaroscuro painting, so on and so forth. Like, that's not a bad thing, right? But I think you get a lot out of looking at a particular example or a you know, specific limited body of work and going, okay, so what did this person do that I want to learn and emulate? You know, one of the pitfalls that I've mentioned before is going, okay, well, I'm working on this project, I'm gonna go find reference, and then you grab a bajillion reference images, right? But they're not all gonna agree with each other. Not every image is going to be perfectly aligned in composition or details or lighting or style, etc. And you get into this weird sort of conflict zone of, okay, well, this reference is saying this, but this reference is saying this, and I don't know which one I want to go with. I don't know which one fits better, and I should lean towards that. Sometimes it's a better idea to have a limited reference pool, a very limited reference pool, and just, you know, pull more decisively from a small number than to grab a ton and get conflicting messaging. So no, at some point maybe we'll bounce back around to that idea, but like I said, it's more sort of dependent on us running out of other things to draw, which not there yet. Of course, there might be a little bit of, oh, you know, I like the birthday piece that we did for Jin. There was some stylistic explorations on that one, so you might have a particular idea and then go, well, while we're in here, let's revisit that Portfolio Day challenge idea and maybe pull from something interesting. I think for Star Wars Day this year, you know, I want to try doing another ship battle scene like we did last year. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to sort of look around and get some science fiction art inspiration from more practiced individuals and go, okay, well, what did they do that is resonating so well? And how can I carry that into what we do this year? There we go. It's kind of bluish tone is not bad, honestly. This is a nice sort of ethereal feel. And it lets us save some of the darker tones for more around the center of the body. The new portfolio or art refs have been on a bit of a book spree. I think there's a couple of things. I think art books are generally printed on nicer paper. You know, they tend to be more of like a cardstock or have that sort of glossy coating to them. They're probably printed at a higher quality as well, so that you get the real, you know, the real good rendering, the real good presentation of the art. Whereas text can be, you know, a little scuffy. It's not a huge loss if it's, you know, it's that sort of more gritty paper. And it's also just black ink. It doesn't have to be printed in color. So I think just the technical quality of the print is more expensive before you get into the actual, like, whatever licensing might be involved. Not to mention, I think there's also an issue of quantity, right? Like, I honestly don't know what the expected sales figures of a given book are, right? I'm sure it varies wildly, right? Like, if you're looking at a copy of The Expanse, I'm sure that book has sold, that series has sold phenomenally well, right? But, I'm sure there are plenty of others that selling a couple hundred would be a huge accomplishment. So I'm sure it varies a lot. But my point, which I'm rambling around, is I think the expected run of art books is not nearly as high as literary books. So to sort of balance those scales and make it worthwhile to the printers, they have to cost more per unit. I mean, that's just that part is absolutely my guess. But you see that in so many other areas of like, oh, you know, you have this specialty item. We are not going to sell a lot of them. So we kind of need to balance it out by making each one worth the cost of production. So I'm sure that's part of it. What sort of books are you reading? I want to read more. There's a bunch of stuff that I want to read. I got a book for Christmas, so I want to read that. I want to keep going with the Expanse series. I want to read those Mist novels that the one guy when we were playing Riven was mentioning. Those sounded honestly really cool. But that's one of those things like, alright, can I go, well, where are you going to make the time to do all that? And I go, shut up. Shut up about that. I find I prefer physical books to digital ones. Digital is very convenient, but I find I like remember and process physical books better. And maybe that's just because, you know, I have a light on, so I'm more in like an awake environment, whereas like if I'm reading a book, I might not have the lights on, so I'm kind of already like going into sleep mode. It might be, you know, little things like that, but I don't know. I just find a physical book is more mentally stimulating than reading it off of a screen. When you guys are reading an article, do you do that little tick thing where you like drag highlight sections of an article or whatever as you're reading it, just to sort of like, I don't know, it's like line by line mental processing? I used to see my friends do it and it always was kind of weird to me, and then I caught myself doing it and I was like, what the hell am I doing? Yeah, I have a modest collection of art books that I have accumulated over the years. I actually have a couple more on the way. One of my friends is moving and then was trying to get rid of a bunch of stuff. Depends on the author publisher's choice of font or typeset. That's true. If you make everything like 24-point font, I'm getting a little lost in the weeds here. I just want to sort of get this contour cleaned up. Sometimes those little contact points can get a little hard to work around. One thing I'm sort of, I guess I might say, coming to grips with, or mulling over in my head. I have a lot of respect for people that can render really cleanly and sort of photorealistically. Like, I see those art pieces, I'm like, man, that's really good. I want to be able to do that. And my technique is, you know, more painterly. It tends to, no matter how much I try to clean it up, like, you can still see a lot of the brushwork. You can still see a lot of the sort of process of the image's creation. So it's been something that I'm sort of trying to work through and improve on. But I've gotten a number of compliments on it, so it doesn't bother me as much as it might. But just today, you know, I have a bunch of various artwork that I've collected, the sort of slideshows on my desktop. And I happened to glance, I guess it was this morning when I had just booted up my computer, and, you know, some of the artwork that was up was also, you know, very painterly. You know, there was a lot of, I wouldn't call them rough brushstrokes, but visible. You know, you could see the process at work and sort of the way that the artist had, you know, rendered gradations in color and form. And, you know, these are works of art that I enjoyed enough to save and display over and over again. So I guess it was just sort of a little moment of self-reflection, like, painterly looks are not a bad thing. It's hardly something that needs to be worked out of. It's just, I guess I want to be able to do both, you know? I want to have the range in my toolkit. To not feel like I'm stuck doing it one way. It's just a way that I enjoy and I'm comfortable with. But if I wanted to do, you know, a higher fidelity render, then I could. Look at the face. Look at it! Look at it, observe it, appreciate it. Process it. Are you processing? I don't believe you are processing enough. More. Just adding a little bit of our pink tones into here. Good. What about those buttons on the code? Aren't they kind of special? Just like puts one finger, then two fingers, and covers your whole hand with his mouth. Or the other way around. Shit, I don't know. I suppose that is true, right? Like, we have Michelangelo and Raphael, who were very, like, fine in their rendering, very accurate. I wouldn't necessarily call it photoreal, but definitely didn't have a lot of what you might call painterliness in their technique. But then, yeah, you've got Rembrandt, and I would say Leonardo was definitely more loose-handed than many of his contemporaries. And then of course you have Van Gogh, who's just like, I don't know, here's a couple of brush strokes, you like it or you don't, I'm gonna go get drunk. Poor guy was going through a lot. That Doctor Who episode still makes me tear up sometimes. Well, this is a tonal shift. Okay, I think it's working. I like it. we're gonna sort of end up occluding a lot of this in the back here. You sort of let a lot of that fade to black. Don't do that. Yeah, good. Good. Let's take this. I think what we're gonna do is just kind of go around. I want to sort of merge the contours of this rather than sort of work on them one at a time. Let's just like roll it all together like this. I think that gives it a nice sort of unified lighting feel. More connected. And less sort of a sense of like just a bunch of parts not making sense. Oh, and save. If you guys are working on something, if you're playing a game, whatever you're doing, this is a good time to save your progress. Captain, the autosave just went off. Well, hit a manual save. I can't. That's looking pretty good. I like where that's going. Railroad programs say there's an autosave, always hit Control S. It's true. A lot of times Clip Studio will run the autosave, and that is a reminder to me to manual save. At which point I'm sure Clip Studio goes, am I a joke to you? To which I go, yes. Because half the time the autosave doesn't fucking work. Not purely Clip Studio's fault. Photoshop also does that. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. At some point, I should do a year-to-year comparison. I think that could be a fun little thing to share online and be like, so here's what drawing on stream for 4 years has done for me. I need to finish some commission shit. I have too many things to do. Let me write that down because I'm gonna forget otherwise. There you go. Notes for later. Oh, I'm on the wrong brush. That's why I have no blend power. Blend power! Working through the sections. And then, okay. I think I see what I want to adjust here. So let's do a couple of things. One, what are you doing? I don't know what I was doing. Anyway, we'll make this a little bit longer and sort of curl it down like this, right? Interesting album. And then this one, we're gonna sort of curl it around. Give the chest a little bit more dimensionality. And sort of pull in some of this lighting. Just try to unify these two shapes a little bit more, right? I think the other thing is to bring the point a little bit over I think this one's dangling a bit too far to the side. So as we bring this up to match that, hopefully that sort of unifies the shape of hair. There we go. And then I'm gonna bring the tip in just a little bit. Sort of question here is what we want to do right in this area. This is getting a little weird, a little ambiguous. I think we're gonna see some of the underlying back view sort of getting just past this here. That's going to sort of fade into shadow. Okay. I see. I'm silly. I'm stupid is the problem. Okay. I got it now. Hang on. You're gonna go like that. Right? We need the arm and the robe are still fighting each other is the problem. So I sort of have the robe like it's overlapping on top of everything else, which is just not true. So we need it to walk back. Give me 1 second. I want to see if I can find a little bit of pose reference for this. It's not going to be exactly the same look. See, it's still tangenting, which I don't like. Also, I think I'm gonna switch out this album. It's not really the one I want. Maybe this one. It's not quite the, wasn't quite the right mood. Okay, so that looks a bit better. And then if we were to take this and sort of follow through the shape of the sleeve a bit better. So the question that's still a little bit... Okay, yeah, the part that I'm still fighting a little bit is... right in here. How to get the elbow? Okay. I might have an answer. It's gonna take a little bit of finagling around, so let's see if we can get it to work. If we extend the arm out farther, might get us closer to what we want. See, kind of? But I feel like we're not getting the right separation that I want to see. Let me see if I can find a better point of reference. What am I looking for? Oh, what's even gonna be a good place to look at this point? Everything's just gonna be inundated with generated images I can't trust. Okay. Yeah, I'm not finding anything exactly hitting. What's up, Sonic? There's nothing hitting exactly the like pose that I want, but I just kind of, oh, there's something. I mean, it's not exactly the same, but okay. Alright. Excuse me. Americans are buying vinyl books and DVDs. Okay. So this is gonna be jank as fuck. But it's okay. We're gonna make it work. There you go. Okay, so I think what I want to do, this is gonna potentially mess up a lot of things, but let's see how it looks. We're actually going to change the pivot point up to the shoulder, and we're just going to move this arm farther out. Maybe up a little bit. Oh god. Okay. I'm gonna copy paste this. We're gonna do that and then disable that mask. And let's do that again. From here. Just so that we're working a little less destructively, right? I think that works. I like that positioning a little bit more. The description online like TV and music is so... Yeah, it really is. And like it was very enticing for a while because, you know, as the internet allowed people to cough acquire things more easily, it was like, well, I would rather just kind of do that than figure out whatever your, you know, bullshit cable models and physical purchase pricing and all of that is. Right, I would rather just go online and then download it some way. Cough. But then the subscription model was like, okay, look, you just pay us like $10 a month and you just have it, right? You don't need to worry about viruses, you don't need to worry about where you're getting it. It's good. And everyone went, you know what? That works. That is a price point that I can agree on. And the quality is absolutely worth it. But now, yeah, if you want to watch not even everything, just everything that you're interested in, right? You need a Netflix account, a PlayStation account, Apple account, Hulu / Disney, Amazon, Spotify. It's just like, no, I'm not gonna do this anymore. So yeah, I think it has incentivized people returning to other methods, but I think sort of to your point, I think there's a bit of frustration with the sense of not owning the thing that they're paying for, right? Subscriptions are rental models. It's just a perpetual rental. And people want to have the thing that they have bought. Kind of, yeah. Well, and as much as I like and use Steam, you know, it is the benevolent monopoly. And there is a lingering question of, you know, when the day comes that Steam is going to shut down, what happens to all of the games in your library? All of the games that you have paid money for? And there's plenty of other issues with game preservation, but that's going to become a problem at some point. But the answer might just be that Gaben becomes the god emperor of gaming and Steam never shuts down, but I would not bet on that happening. I would not rely on that as the solution to the problem. Yeah, so now we have the fun little task of retroactively redoing like all of this section of the road that I had not intended to paint. Shouldn't be too bad. The scene goes out in a new version of American Pie songs. Honestly, that would be amazing. I would be so here for it. Remember the day that gaming died. So bye, Steam sales July. You know, the funny thing is, this was flipped a while ago and we never flipped it back. So this is what it's supposed to actually be. But it's way too late to change the blue and purple. I think it's fine where it is. There's nothing that says they have to be on one side or the other. I don't know, Steam is a weird case to me because there's a lot of reasons to be, in my mind there are a lot of reasons to be concerned about Steam. Like we sort of said before, like we've just sort of gotten lucky that Steam is as consumer friendly as they are. Could have just as easily gone to someone that is a lot more willing to screw over their customers. You know, everything with the Stop Killing Games initiative of just like, we want to have some measure of game preservation so that, you know, if the publisher decides to take a game offline, we can still enjoy it. You know, if you have games that have been predominantly purchased through Steam, which I think is a good number of PC games at this point, and Steam dies, what does that do? Right? Or are we going to have some sort of option to permanently download every game we've ever purchased without, you know, any requirement to log into Steam to play it? Or are they just gonna say, well, it was fun while it lasted, bye everybody. And now you're just sitting on a dead brick. I'm gonna date myself here. But when I was little, we had a Sega Genesis. And the Genesis had the Sega Channel, which was basically the same principle, right? It's like the Sega Channel gives you access to all of these titles, and you can just play them that way. But then, you know, the Sega Channel died because Sega. And I think once it was gone, we had like 2 or 3 games for the Genesis. We had a very limited number of physical copies of games because everything was just handled through the Sega Channel. It was easy. I wonder if there's any video game archives. Like, books and movies have archives, you know? I wonder if anyone's tried to do a similar thing for games. I'm gonna do this on a separate layer just so I don't have to fight it quite so much. I mean, hell, I'm pretty sure even like music has some form of archiving tradition in place. And music rights are a fucking nightmare. Moneybags from Spire. Remember, folks, we're not here to make memories. We're here to make a profit. That felt and sounded way too real, Tisha. Honestly, that sounds like the most Disney corporate board meeting speak I've ever heard. Someone from Disney is gonna read that and be like, find out who that is and hire them. You're good. There we go. Okay, so we still have a tangent going on right in here that we need to resolve, but I do think the repositioned sleeve, the repositioned arm, is looking much better and is going to serve us much better than the previous one was going to. Okay, I like it. Alright, before I forget, or before I get distracted by something else, let's figure out what the heck we're doing with this road situation, because I don't want to let this tangent sit. So I think what we can do is sort of bring out the torso a little bit. And double check against the anatomy. Make sure that's feeling good. And then you... So we go like that. And sort of pull the side of the road back a little bit. I think part of what needs to happen is this needs to sort of roll flat. Just sort of separate them, right? There we go. Let's just get rid of this. Knock this corner back a little bit just so it's not quite so sharp-edged. I know we're getting somewhere. And yes, I did get rid of one of the sleeve fingers just because I wanted to reposition it a bit. So it's going to be more like right here. Good. This is just pure white. Let's knock that back a little bit. I want to save pure white for specific instances. You don't want to hit the edges of your gamut until you're really ready to nail it in. Alrighty, Tisha. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a very good movie. I'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. Okay, that's looking good. I'm just gonna knock the bottom of the sleeve down a little bit farther. Go. One second. Let's just see if there's a... Doesn't look like it is on this one, so I'm gonna grab a song really quickly for later. I think this is the right one? Yes. Cool. Alright, so what do we need to do? What part of... Where's this coming from? Oh, it was probably... I think I know what happened there. Alright, that's fine. And then let's create a little bit of negative space now, because we can, between the body and the robe. We have that affordance. Think you ought to save? Good use of negative space is very important for building out certain shapes. Or having a clear silhouette in your character. You don't really want everything to like turn into a single amorphous blob. You can't tell what's what at a glance. Good. There we go. Okay, and then what's going on up here? I just need to sort of clean this up. Yes, good, 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 good. So, I'm a little divided on what to do for Thursday, because we definitely want to do some game dev stuff. I think what I would kind of like to focus on, even though it might be a little more dull, but it's been on my to-do list for a while, and I would rather sort of allow some time on stream just to make sure that it gets done, is to prepare the white box level that we were looking at before for testing, right? So that's going to mean a little bit of adjustment to some values or some platform positions just to make sure that it's as low frustration as possible. And then maybe doing a little bit of like drafting up the documentation to send and the feedback forms to provide. Right? It is not going to be the most entertaining thing, I think. Right? It's going to be sort of more the back end side of development. The not sexy part. But it does need to happen, and it has not been getting done. So I kind of want to just say, fuck it, we're going to do it on stream. So I think that's going to be like part one. And then depending on how much time we have, maybe we can go in and sort of start looking at some animation stuff. I don't really want to give a lot more screen time to trying to solve the animation bug that we were looking at before. I feel like at this point it has just been too much of a hindrance that it is costing more than whatever benefits it would give us in terms of saving time. Like, in the time it has taken us to try and solve the bug, we probably could have learned to animate and just been doing things manually. So maybe we'll address it again at some point to see if we can make a little headway with it, but I think my main focus at this point is going to be sort of figuring out the animation process in a more hands-on approach and starting on that. So, you know, we'll have a couple of weeks while we distribute the feedback, or distribute the white box and wait for feedback on that. And in that time period, we can start working on some animation stuff. Start figuring a few things out there. Seems like as good a plan as any. So there's a good bit of Star Citizen news. Well, good and bad news. The good news is that they finally got around to doing the first tech preview round of the crafting system. So there's a very select group of people. And you know, they're under NDA, so they can't record any footage or audio or take any images of the tech preview builds to show the wider audience, right? So the content creators and whatnot can talk about it. They can talk about the patch notes. They can talk about their experiences, but they can't show anything. They can't stream it, etc. Which in this case was fine because they released the build and it was broken. And they ended up taking it down after just an hour because no one could test the things that they wanted to test anyway. So they're like, all right, well, we're just gonna shut this down, and we're gonna bug fix it, and we'll let you know when it's ready to go. We'll try again later. Sort of the intention was that people would be given a set of crafting blueprints ahead of time or as part of the build, and they could just go in with the crafting fabricator and try to build stuff, right? Sort of tell the team, tell the devs like how the UI is feeling, whether it's, you know, intuitive to use, etc. But the fact that nobody could build anything anyway because nobody had any blueprints to build with is like, well, there's no point in running the test any longer. So that part sucks. Hopefully they can resolve the technical issues of that and get the test up and running again soon. Because frankly, a surprising amount of the game is sort of hinging on crafting coming into effect now. You know, a lot of the more sort of technical backend, I would say, is not 100%, but it is much better than it has been in the past, right? You know, the server meshing, better server responsiveness. Vulkan is up and running much more stably, which is resulting in better performance in the game. Not perfect, but definitely better than it was like a year ago. So yeah, the game technically is much improved. And I think a lot of what the players and the devs are looking for now is a return to getting more of the game's features implemented. But, you know, Space Tomato was sort of pointing out, like, so right now, the method of progression is very similar to what you have in Elite, right? You complete missions, or you mine, or you run trade routes to accumulate money, and then you use that money to buy stuff, buy new ships or new equipment, so that you can better do those gameplay loops. And what they want to have in the future is not a complete invalidation of that route, but sort of a parallel operating player economy where crafting is very central to that. So if you guys remember when we streamed Star Citizen before and I rented a mining vessel, we sort of scuttled around for a little bit, cracking some rocks, and then, you know, capped off the stream by going to get the minerals that we found refined. And you have to go to a station and queue it up in the refinery, and there's a you know, different sort of refinement processes that give you different yields for different prices and different amounts of time spent refining. So all of that game mode, or not all of it, but that entire refining process is basically a placeholder. Like, what they eventually want to have happen is the refining process is actually going to be part of the steps that the players go through for getting different qualities of materials. Right, so you might find some high quality tungsten out there, but then, you know, it's not just farming or mining the high quality tungsten, or, you know, extracting high quality oils from a particular plant that then has to be refined, and different refinement processes will result in higher yields or better quality of material. So the implementation of crafting properly and fully is going to necessitate the full development of refinery gameplay. The search, the hunt for quality materials is going to facilitate and necessitate the development of exploration gameplay, right? The ability to catalog locations and sell that or provide that to other players. The ability to locate transient jump points and fast routes to, you know, where your particular resources are located. So even if you're not, you know, going for exceptionally high quality, it's like, well, I know a route that will let you get to this resource deposit in half the time, so you can turn around and harvest that, you know, much quicker than the competition. But if you want that, it's going to cost you. If you want that route, you're going to have to pay me for the information. So it's kind of weird, given that I don't think crafting was really a core tenet of Star Citizen's gameplay loop until relatively recently, but it does seem like kind of the piece that's going to bring a lot of the other gameplay elements, or essentially require them to come online and give them something impactful to do. Because one of the things that has been an interesting sort of back and forth is, and I think this pertains to a lot of games, is what is exploration? Right? Is it practically minded? Is it about finding the locations of particular items and commodities and being able to relay that information to other people? Or is it about going out and discovering things? Thank you for the headphones. That nobody else has seen. Oh, and thank you for the 7 stream streak. I appreciate it. I think the real answer is that, you know, depending on who you ask, you're gonna get different responses. Some people really want to go out into the unknown and find things that have never been found. Like, that is exploration to them. And yeah, Star Citizen is probably not going to scratch that itch because it has, no matter how big it has a finite space that has been pretty well established up to this point. And, you know, the methodology that they're going to implement to create new star systems, there won't really be a way for them to just shadow drop new systems and be like, hey, you know, random player, you're the first one to discover the system. And now that information slowly makes its way out to the community. It's like, no, when there's a new system, we're gonna announce it, right? It's going to be incorporated into the lore of how the system was discovered. You know, the player behavior might have some impact on the development and future of the system, but we're not just gonna like put it into the game and not tell anybody. It wouldn't even work because people would be like, okay, so there's a like 8 gigabyte patch here, but no patch notes. So what happened? It would be funny though. I don't know, like Elite has an incredible distance to explore, right? Like you can pick a direction and just keep going for weeks or months, and I think there are even players that basically just made exploring their entire career, so to speak. They just went out into the black and they've never come back. They just have been out in the deep forever. seeing what's out there. It is certainly possible to do that. Like, the player base in the 10 plus years that Elite has been online have explored, I don't think even 1% of the entire galaxy. It's just that big. But, you know, for a lot of folks, it's like, yeah, this is really technically impressive. It's very cool. But also, I went through a dozen star systems and I couldn't tell you what was in most of them because it was all just rock balls, ice balls, and gas giants. And there was very little distinguishing them from each other. Like thematically, gameplay-wise, etc. So, you know, people might say like, oh, I want, you know, the ability to go far and see new things and discover places that no one has ever been. But, I don't know, you see the possibility to do that in Star Citizen and not Star Citizen, in Elite and No Man's Sky. And it's like, this is really cool, but also I kind of just don't have a reason to do it past a certain point. I mean, so the Distant Worlds community event departed this past weekend, I guess it was. The jump time where everyone sort of gets on and targets the first relay point and goes was over the weekend. And so, you know, there's some videos on YouTube of people partaking in the mass jump. It's very cool. It's always cool to watch a bunch of ships jumping out in sequence like that. But, you know, Distant Worlds, I think, sort of made a point of saying, like, okay, well, we're not just gonna go. We're not just gonna pick a location and go there. We've done that. We're gonna do something more with this. So we're gonna do, like, actual science of sorts during the trip. We're gonna, you know, sort of try and catalog systems and try and make some understanding, some judgments about how the model that created the galaxy is operating and what sort of trend data we can observe, etc. Really sort of make it feel more like an expedition, not just a scenic tour. You know, something a little more Darwin-esque, or, you know, the kind of work that researchers in the Age of Sail might partake in, which I think is a good idea. I think it gives people more reason to feel engaged and makes them feel more invigorated by it. Because if you're just there to fly from point A to point B, it's like, yeah, I can do that whenever I want to. It's more sort of a question or problem of, do I want to? Whereas this is more of like a community event. There's more sort of cooperation this way. So I think it's very cool. I think it's very good. I'm not personally participating, but I excuse me, I love to see community stuff like this. In any game, really. You know, Helldivers, back when it first launched, had Malevolent Creek, which was not anything that anybody planned, right? It was not a narrative event that the developers set up. It was not, you know, people like went to some shadowy Discord and was like, we're gonna turn Malevolent Creek into the... It just became a thing. It was emergent narrative that has effectively like been encoded in the canon of the game. I participated in a few missions on Malevolent Creek. I didn't play a ton of it, but it was exceptionally mean. I don't know why. But just something about the way that the game set up the automaton forces on Malevolent Creek just was like, the fuck you was at maximum. Like, for anyone that is not super familiar with how Helldivers works, which I think most of you are at this point, you know, you get your group, you get your drop pods, you select your loadout, you select where you're going to drop so that you can start working your way through the objectives, and then you deploy. You go through the loading screen as you drop through the atmosphere, and then you hit the ground, you come out of your drop pods, and you start doing the mission. So I remember one of the missions that I tried to do there, we could not establish a beachhead. Like, we dropped out of our pods and got into the fighting, and they were just like immediately on top of us. And they were there in such numbers with such weaponry that we were dying and constantly having to reinforce. We just could not stabilize our landing position long enough to actually start looking at doing the gameplay. We were just trying and failing to survive. Which, yeah, was maybe a little frustrating at the time, but it was like, I don't know, it was cool that it's like, this is just, it's just kind of there. And the players are struggling to figure out how to make it work. And the answer was kind of, we never did. I think Malevolent Creek was abandoned for a while. Like, we just departed the system and let it fall. We came back and gained control over it later, but the initial battle of Malevolent Creek was a loss. Put a more effort into here. Let's do I'm just cleaning up some of these areas. I think we've gotten through most of the cleanup tonight, which is very cool. You know what I'm realizing? I'm realizing this part needs to be a little bit lighter. We're gonna do something stupid like this. still doesn't quite work. Or ad doesn't quite work. It's just, it's so... it washes things out too much. I guess that will do. There we go. Is that right? I feel like I messed something up. Give me 1 second. Okay, it's not that much of a value change. I think I overdid it. Should be able to walk it back. There we go. Okay. So yeah, if they just drop it down like that much, maybe. There we go. Oh, let's do this before I forget about it. Dang it, I got rid of... actually, we can probably do this in another way that is gonna be less scuffy. Maybe. Maybe? Yeah, here you go. No, don't do that. Kind of cool that you can, I just don't want to do that. There we go. And then just scale it down a little bit. Or fit it to the shoulder. Mask it out where we don't want it. There we go. Just in the shape a little bit more. Yeah, good. Okay, I'm gonna leave that where it is for the time being, but we'll want to merge it in later. I don't want to merge it and then make a bunch of changes to the sleeve and paint over it and go, ah, fuck. Right? It would be very silly of me. Okay, so we're getting close-ish. We're getting to a point in the stream where I'm like, let's make sure that we sort of hit everything to a similar level of cleanliness, and then we can really work on cleaning up and prettifying next time. Yes. There's going to be a lot of purple on this side just because the arm's going to be mostly obscuring it, but we can get some. Let's add a little bit as well to the face. Hey, Tech! Tried to rig a thing in Light 2D and spent the entire night trying to figure out how to make it work. I can't even start to imagine how much. I hope you had fun at least with it. It was good to have you with us, Tech. If you want any, like, advice or pointers on it or something later, I can definitely take a look. I'd be curious to see what you were working on. Are you using the free version? Just to sort of try it out? Yeah, I would offer to send tutorial videos, but one, I don't know that I still have a lot of them. I don't know where they went. And two, you probably already found most of what I would send anyway. Try the free one, but won't make automatic mesh. It doesn't? Oh, weird. Huh. The main thing I remember being a limiting factor when I tried the free one was you could only make texture atlases of a fairly low res size. Like you couldn't make a high res texture atlas. I think it capped out at like 1024. 45 days is not bad for a free trial. But certainly enough time to sort of mess around with it. I mean, if you're trying to make a whole ass model, you'd probably not be able to do it, but still. Yeah, I can definitely like take a look or offer suggestions later if you want. Okay. Well, then I will just have to look forward to seeing it. Another delicious meal by the chef. Speaking of which, your Ivy piece, the Battle Sister the other day, is very good. This is on like thank you. I'm working on upgrades for the model. Some of it is improving like the overall render quality. Just a couple of, improvements on things that I've learned over the years. Slightly better anatomy, a little bit better like separation of hair pieces. A lot of what I want to do though is better rigging. Like better range of movement, better physics. Just more like, just a more expressive model. I was actually scanning Ivy a little bit on Sunday because she was going through some of her various like hand toggles with dim and her teacup and her book and everything. I was like, okay, so how do you get it to switch between them really like fluidly? Because I feel like that would just be an insane number of toggle or like parameters to set up, and the answer is she switches really quickly. I was like, oh, okay. So it's not a technical thing. It is a practiced execution on her part. It's like, oh, okay, so I just need to get good is the thing. Which admittedly I might go back and well, I am going to have to assess some of the stuff that I have already set up and then see about if I want to make changes to it going forward. Then I will take that into consideration, be like, you know what, I could just make this like a much simpler toggle and not try and like code in those variables, so to speak. Trying to make it idiot proof and it's not working. I'm taking my time with it though, you know? Like, there's not... I'm targeting sometime in June for the debut, but there's nothing that says I have to get the model done by a certain timeline. There's no deadline established. There's no one like paying me to do it. Custom stream decks where the buttons have small screens. Yeah, so I actually have that on my phone. I have a little app called Macro Deck, where I can set up here. You know what? Let me pull up Macro Deck. I can show you sort of how I have things set up. Why can I not make the window bigger? No. Weird. The window seems to be locked at a certain size. Anyway. So yeah, I basically just have a set of toggles for all my different outfits, and then I can move around the screen really easily. I can turn screen lighting on and off. I can toggle my eyes, which apparently, or yeah, no, it's doing the right thing. I can move my arms around. So yeah, it's basically a stream deck. I just didn't pay like $200 for the hardware. You know, it's a little less fancy, but it works. It works really well. Plus, you know, if I wanted to, I could set up dashboards for like various games and whatnot. So I could like set up codes for Helldivers. I could set up command inputs for Elite Dangerous or Star Citizen. Got a lot of good functionality built in. Would recommend. And maybe you should be a VTuber tech. Join us. Join us. Admittedly, you should probably like stream a little bit first before you decide that you want to put a bunch of time and effort into making a model, but you know, you should do it. I have one idea. I have 2,000. Well, I don't know. How many times has Zentrea changed her design? She seems happy with the ones that she has now, but she might come up with another idea later. Is it just 3? Because I know she had the Command and Conquer version way back in the day. And then I think that changed a little bit, and then she became a dragon, then she became a cyborg. So, and yeah, like, Zen doesn't make her own models. Yes, the toaster. The lizard and the toaster. Best friends forever. So yeah, when Zen wants to change her design, change her model, it is a lot of work, right? There's a lot that goes into it. But if you're making your own models, the same way that most people get new outfits, you can just make an entirely new design. What? It'll be fun. It's gonna sound really cheesy, but my design, like the initial inspiration, literally came to me in a dream. And then I just sort of went through the steps of refining it until I got to where I am. I can definitely understand having way too many ideas, but I don't know, maybe you'll find one that particularly, like, you look at it and you just go, yeah, this one's me. Toilet VTuber, listen. There is someone who is going to see that and go, at long last, Mayoshi. They see me. They understand me like no one else does. All these cat girls and dog girls and lizards. But the toilet will put up with all my shit. Horse girls? There has to be horse girl VTubers. Even before Uma. Off the top of my head, I don't know anyone, but there is no way no one has come up with a horse girl. I think we've got most of the cleanup done, except for this hand. Fuck me. A little bit down here. And this part. Fuck! It's fine. I don't know of them. I'm sure they exist. They absolutely have to. I just don't know them. Also, I remember one time stumbling across a VTuber that was a bear. Not a bear girl, just a bear. I was like, you know what? You can be anything you want. That's the power of VTubing. Our VTuber career, people look at her down there. She's a nationalist. What? Okay. It's a little weird. Oh, she works in the army. Huh. She's a psyop. See, I was just thinking like, well, I don't know if I would agree with everything that she says, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she's like a bad person or anything. We would just, you know, we would just disagree on stuff. It's like, no, she's a fucking plant. She's a freaking government stooge trying to corral all the gooners. It's like, see, that was a leap I was not ready for. Oh, the internet. The internet is an incredible place. There's nothing quite like it. Well, that's good. I feel like over time there's been a lot less emphasis on like, what quote unquote you are as a VTuber. Right? Like before, or you know, back in like the lockdown days when HoloLive was really taking off and VTubing was exploding. Maybe in part because of HoloLive, there's sort of this feeling of like, okay, well, what are you? You are a blank VTuber, right? A shark, a dog, a chicken, a fox, whatever. And I don't know, a lot of, like there are definitely a lot of VTubers that I follow now that are lewd, yeah. There are a lot of VTubers that I follow now that's just kind of like, I don't know, they're just a person. A lot of the artists VTubers that I follow actually like have the anime avatars, but they're not like thematic in that way. They're just designed characters. Now that I think about it, it's really interesting. I remember, because especially, you know, with the whole debut thing, it's like you gotta have a lore video and a background. And if you remember Fifi, I'm not sure if she's still streaming, but at the time, like, she posted a tweet that was just like, you know, pure you know, people are like, you gotta have a big lore video and a background and a character bio and everything. And it's like, my lore is, I'm a bitch. I was just like, yeah, you know what? That's fair. In general, I think it's a better state that we find ourselves in. You know, being a peanut VTuber. Oh, see, I know who you're talking about. I have never watched like that group. The frickin' just like annoying orange style. I think at some point someone I was watching raided into Peanut. I was just kind of like, okay, well, I'm gonna go. Oh, I don't think this is for me. I should probably get OCAC, shouldn't I? Let me do that really quick. See, I don't know anything in particular about him, but just not for me. Why can I not? Oh, because I'm not signed in. I'm stupid. There we go. Boop. Okay. Also, while we're here, just because it's so powerful. Boop. It's such a good emote. Hang on. I have it. Oh, the one meme of the, it's like the, I have the I'm going to fucking die disease symptoms. My tummy hurts a little too much for a little too long. Well, I'm glad you survived. Shit. hungry. I had a very good dinner, but I split it in half so I could have some of it on Thursday. I think it was not quite enough food. So I'll need to figure something out after stream. Eat again. Well, I'm definitely not eating the other half because I think I would not go to sleep. Or I would, but I would wake up and have the I'm going to fucking die disease. I might just get like some cereal or toast. Something to go with the rest of my tea. Actually, yeah, some toast to go with my remaining tea would be real good. No, I got a chicken loaded mac and cheese for dinner. It was super good. It was very good, but it's not. It is not something that you have shortly before bed. Yeah, that's why I went to get earlier. It was close enough that I could take my bike. Getting dinner before streams, before Tuesday and Thursday streams, is always kind of a hassle because I have to go out during the evening commute times, right? So everyone's like driving to get home, and like I was out on my bike. It's close enough that I could just bike. It was like 5 or 10 minutes away, and I'm just like passing lines of cars. Everyone is just stuck in traffic, and I'm on my bike like yippee! But it does mean, anywhere that I can't get reasonably quickly on my bike, or I can't transport the food on my bike, is not an option. Or I have to be able to go earlier in the day. You know, it's not impossible, it just becomes a bit of a pain to figure out. Exactly. Yeah, just the... Okay. I think we're gonna save the other hand for next time, just because I'm not gonna be able to knock that out in 5 minutes. We'll get it. No, thank you. Honestly, this is going pretty well. You know, even we had the color repass with the purple and blue tones. We had the repositioning of the arms, so even though this has needed a fair amount of correction, I think it is coming along pretty effectively. Here we go. Okay, so we got a little bit of a tangent right here. So let's just fill this in on the other side, right? Like so. And then for you, what are we doing here? Just kind of widen that out a little bit. I think we can do the same thing on this thigh hair. This is they cut into each other a bit more rather than sort of running alongside and ambiguously fading off. And then this is a good opportunity to take our brightest values, our strongest warriors, and add a little bit of a nice Brunel highlight pop right through there. And just separate those two from each other. Okay. Give me 1 second, just need to double check something. No, I have not done the layering for the highlight yet. I think I was still sort of waiting to figure that out. Because we don't have a key light. The key light is behind us. But I think we've figured out the lighting scenario well enough at this point that we can go ahead and go do something with it. tinted, and you'll be nice and purple tinted. Like that. And then if we set that to additive, that kind of works. At least gives us something to paint over. Yeah, I like that. Can you just merge that together? No, that would be too perfect. Fine. Just do that. That's fine. Okay. And where did you go? You this. Yeah, something like that. I'm gonna put one more song on just while I wrap up this thought, and then I think we're gonna have to go ahead and call it a night. Let's see what's gonna be a good one. You know what? Let's do this. Okay, so you to go like that, and you are gonna be like this. Okay. And then if we go set that to additive, we can start to see a little bit of the effect come into it. Alright, cool. So, we got through a lot of the cleanup today. Sorry, one sec. There we go. So we got through a lot of the cleanup today. Still a few rough spots, but you know, compared to where we started, that the body was basically still just sketch layer. I think we're in a really good spot. Also, we moved the entire arm, which is not nothing. Needs a bit more in there, but we'll touch that up for next time. I think I'm gonna leave myself a little notes. 1 second. There we go. Had something in my throat. Just make sure we hit that. So yeah, I think Thursday is probably going to be pretty heavy on the game dev side of things. Because like I said, main thing is going to be white boxing. And then might spend a little bit of time on animation if we feel up to it. So we're definitely not going to finish this on Thursday. But we might get a little bit of time just to hit a few of those points and then really sort of hit it in full on Saturday. Also, I think we got a good sort of first pass here at the moon, but definitely want to put more into it. Especially like if we look at this at 100% size, like the sketchiness of the moon is really apparent. So there's a lot more we can do with that. Rembrandt might say it's okay, but I don't. Alright. Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. It is always a pleasure. I really enjoy getting to spend time with y'all and talk about stuff and work on stuff and play stuff and just generally be goofy goobers together. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the VOD. Everyone say bye-bye to YouTube. And we're gonna find somebody that we can read. See who's hanging out tonight.